Hello and welcome to Workshop 4 today on March 1st, 2014. My name is JD Crumity and I will be running today's workshop session for the Elementary School Bex Robotics. Okay, let's get started. So here again we have the System Challenge Academic Year Pacing Guide, which show where you should be right about now with working on your robotic solution. So we should be right now at Cycle 5, where you will construct a prototype design. So students will construct their prototype based on their robotics project design solution. So the first topic that will be covered in today's workshop is what timers are and how you can use them in your robotic solution. Now, timers can be thought of as time sensors or stopwatches, and timers keep track of time while other code is running. Your Vector robot is equipped with 4 timers that are labeled T1 through T4 today on March 1st, 2014. And my name is JD Crumity, and I will be running today's workshop session for the Elementary School Bex Robotics. Once the timer is reset, okay, let's get started. It starts counting time. So here again we have the System Challenge Academic Year Pacing Guide, which show where you should be right about now with working on your robotic solution. So we should be right now at Cycle 5, where you will construct a prototype design. So students will construct their prototype based on the robotics project design solution. And just like how that command accesses the first topic that will be covered in today's workshop is what timers are and how you can use them in your robotic solution. Set the timer at the moment when you run the code. Now, timers can be thought of as time sensors or stopwatches. Each round of the robotic timers keep track of time while other code is running. Your Vector robot is equipped with 4 timers that are labeled Workshop 4 today on March 1st, 2014. And my name is JD Crumity, and I will be running today's workshop session for the Elementary School Bex Robotics. Okay, let's get started. It starts counting time. So here again we have the System Challenge Academic Year Pacing Guide, which show where you should be right about now with working on your robotic solution. So we should be right now at Cycle 5, where you will construct a prototype design. So students will construct their prototype based on the robotics project design solution. So the first topic that will be covered in today's workshop is what timers are and how you can use them in your robotic solution. Now, timers can be thought of as time sensors or stopwatches. And timers keep track of time while other code is running. Your Vector robot is equipped with 4 timers. Hello and welcome to Workshop 4 today on March 1st, 2014. My name is JD Crumity, and I will be running today's workshop session for the Elementary School Bex Robotics. Okay, let's get started. So here again we have the System Challenge Academic Year Pacing Guide, which show where you should be right about now with working on your robotic solution. So we should be right now at Cycle 5, where you will construct a prototype design. So students will construct their prototype based on the robotics project design solution. So the first topic that will be covered in today's workshop is what timers are and how you can use them in your robotic solution. Now, timers can be thought of as time sensors or stopwatches, and timers keep track of time while other code is running. Your Vector robot is equipped with 4 timers that are labeled T1 through T4. And to use a timer, you first have to reset it using the clear timer command, and once the timer is reset, it immediately starts counting time. To find out how much time has passed since the timer was reset, you use the time1 command with, in brackets, you put the timer name, either T1, T2, T3, or T4. And this command is very similar to the VexRT command that we used in our last session. And just like how that command accessed the values of the specified channel, time1 gives you the amount of time in milliseconds that has passed since you reset the timer at the moment when you run the code. Now recall that each round of the robotics competition of the System Challenge lasts 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So if the robot continues to move after the time limit has passed, then none of its actions after that point will count towards the team's score. And a timer can be used to make sure that your robot stops receiving commands after the competition round has ended. Now, the code here is an example of how a timer can be used to make the robot stop accepting commands when the competition round has ended. So you have the task main command followed by clear timer and a while loop for when time 10 for T1 is less than 15,000 counts, and you set the motor power, and then you have motor, left motor, and right motor equal to the VexRT channels divided by 2, and outside of the time loop, the while loop, you have the motors set to 0. So here we'll dissect the code line by line. So at the clear timer command, as we know, it resets timer T1. Now the condition of the while loop here says that it will repeat the command within the body until 15,000 increments or ticks of 10 milliseconds have passed since T1's reset. Now, I would like to point out here that in this while loop, you use the time 10 command instead of time 1. The reason being is that Robot C, each of the time commands can only count ticks up to about 17,000 or so. So while time 1 only gives the ticks in increments of milliseconds, time 10 gives it in 10 milliseconds, and there's another command, time 100, which gives you in 100 milliseconds or 1/10 of a second. So since and down here you can see the math that I use to figure out how many ticks we need, because each tick for this command is 10 milliseconds, and then that's just 1/1000th of a second, and you divide that by 60 to get it in minutes, which gives you 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So since if I were to use the time 1 command, it would stop counting before it reached 2.5 minutes, so that's why we have to move up to time 10. Now, the next line of code that we have here is setting the left motor and the right motor equal to the corresponding VexRT vertical joystick channels divided by 2. So this means that as long as the while loop condition is true, you map the vertical positions of the remote control joysticks to the robot's motor power levels using a 1-to-2 mapping. And then outside the while loop here, you have these commands that set the motor's power levels equal to 0. So in other words, once the timer has been called, your robot will turn off its motors and it'll stop moving, and then the code will end. Now, although using timers can be helpful in ensuring that your robot does not accept commands beyond a certain amount of time, there's still one flaw in the programming that we've covered so far. So think about this. How does the robot know when to reset its timer and begin counting seconds? So if we were to run the code that we have right now, it'll cause the robot's timer to reset as soon as the program is run, which means that the timer will reset once the second that the robot is turned on. Now this is not ideal, however, because suppose that there is a short time lapse between when you turn on your robot and when the round of the robotics competition actually begins, such as you're on the field turning on the robot, then you have to get back off the field, and the ref has to get in place and then say that the time has begun. So this time lapse will cut into your time that your robot is set to accept commands, which means that your robot will stop moving and will stop accepting commands before the competition round ends. And if this happens, then you can miss out on scoring plenty of points because your robot will stop accepting your commands before time has been called. So this is obviously a problem that we need to solve. And one solution to this problem is to use your remote control to signal when the robot will reset its timer and begin counting time. This method can be applied by adding an idle loop to your code that will only end when one of your remote control buttons is pressed. Now, an idle loop is a while loop with an empty body. For example, here there's a while loop that says for 2.5 minutes, do nothing. And the idle loop will cause the robot to accept no other commands until the condition of the loop becomes false. Now, keep in mind that the idle loop tells the robot not to accept any further commands at that point, which means if you set your robot's power levels to a certain level before activating the idle loop, it means the robot will be stuck at that power level for 2.5 minutes. So if you don't want your robot to move at all for 2.5 minutes, then you would put this at the beginning of the code. So now we'll view a quick video that will demonstrate how an idle loop can be used to make your robot wait until a certain button on the remote control is pressed before it accepts any other remote control commands. Note that this video was originally made to create a robot for the Minefield Challenge, like some of the videos we watched last time, so there will be some information that is irrelevant to your robot's solution. However, the important lesson to take away from the video is how to get your robot to wait until you press a button before it begins to carry out tasks. Alright, so we'll view the video now.
The Minefield Removal Challenge is broken into 2 periods. The autonomous period, where the robot performs pre-programmed behaviors, and the user control period, where you have direct control over the robot's movements. You learned how to make the robot perform pre-programmed movements in the movement section, and how to enable joystick control in this section. So to have a competition-ready program, you should be able to put the code for the autonomous period at the top, with the user control code directly below it. Right? Well, almost. This is assuming that the code for your autonomous period takes exactly 30 seconds to run before your timer-controlled while loop starts, and that the competition judges don't need any time to do scoring before starting the user control period. In either case, the timer controlling your remote control while loop is already counting, leaving you with less time to actually compete. One way of solving this problem would be to have the robot wait for a specific signal from the remote control before clearing the timer and starting the timer-controlled while loop. In this lesson, you will use one of the remote control buttons to create a remote start for your robot. Consider the code shown here. While vexrt btn7d == 0. The program will repeat this empty body of code until the condition becomes false, causing the robot to do nothing until the loop ends. A loop with an empty body is called an idle loop. Start by opening the timed Minefield Retrieval program. Save the program under the new name, Minefield Retrieval Remote Start. At the top of the program, let's have the robot wait for the down button in group 7 to be pressed. Remember, a press button sends a value of 1, while a release button sends a value of 0. The loop, therefore, should repeat as long as the value is 0. Add a while loop and set the condition to vexrt btn7d == 0. Download and run your program. And place your robot on the competition field. Try using the joysticks to move the robot. Wait a few seconds, then try them again. Press the down button in group 7 on the remote control. This will change the value from 0 to 1 and end the idle loop. Move the joysticks now and see if anything happens. The robot responds to driving commands and remains operational for the full 90 seconds. In this lesson, you used a while loop with an empty body, an idle loop, to make your robot wait for a button press before enabling user control. This will allow you to remote start your robot and avoid wasted time.
Alright, the video is over, so we'll continue. Now, now I'd like to talk a little bit about the details for the game pieces that will be used in the Elementary School Robotics Challenge. So, for the desalination technology that will be used in Objective 1 of the challenge, the game piece will be played by this container made of soft plastic that you see here. We have 2 containers of this material that have dimensions of height 6 and 5/16 of an inch and diameter of 4 inches. Now for Objective 2, if you recall, you will have to be placing the water inside of the geometric container that you print. And the game pieces that will be serving as the water are these 2-inch styrofoam balls. They're 2 inches in diameter, so these are the game pieces that you'll be placing inside the container and transporting from one side of the field to the other. Alright, and thank you for attending. That's all I have today. So if you have any questions, you can chat with me live on System Break right now after the video. And you can also contact me as needed at my email here, techadmin@system.org. And other than that, I will see you again for Workshop 5 on March 29th. Alright, thank you again. Have a good day. Hello and welcome to Workshop 4 today on March 1st. My name is JD Cremini and I'll be running today's Vex Robotics Workshop for middle school. Alright, so let's get started. So here we have the C-STEM Challenge Academic Year Pacing Guide, which show where we should be right around this time for the robotics solution. And you should be constructing the prototype design. So students will construct their prototype based on their robotics project design solution. Now, recall that last time we briefly talked about the limit switch, which sends a signal to the microcontroller when it is triggered by the bending of its flexible metal arm, and the bumper switch, which sends a signal to the microcontroller when it is triggered by impacts. So now we'll review two quick videos that will show you how to configure sensors like these two, as well as show you how the limit switch can be used to control the robot's arm. Now, the code that is used to implement the bumper switch will be the same as that is used for the limit switch that will be shown in the video. The only difference is what you will command the robot to do in response to each sensor being triggered. So here we'll start the first video about configuring sensors.
In this lesson, you will learn how to configure the sensors attached to your robot, and why doing so is important. The VEX Cortex enables you to incorporate a wide array of sensors into your robot, providing valuable sensor feedback for intelligent decision-making. There are 8 analog sensor ports for sensors like the line follower, potentiometer, and accelerometer, and 12 digital sensor ports for sensors like the limit switch, shaft encoder, and ultrasonic rangefinder. In earlier lessons, the configuration steps we followed with the motors connected to the robot were optional, done only to make the task of the programmer easier. Only motors can be plugged into the motor ports, so Robot C can accept default names like Port 2 and Port 3. Since the Cortex allows a variety of sensors to be connected, and each type of sensor works differently, configuring them is not optional. Our robot model has 2 shaft encoders, an ultrasonic rangefinder, a limit switch, and a potentiometer. The limit switch and potentiometer will allow us to fine-tune our control over the robot's arm, so let's configure them. Begin by opening the Minefield Retrieval ARM control program from the remote control section. Save it as fine-tuned ARM control before making any changes. Now, before we can incorporate feedback from the limit switch and potentiometer in our code, we need to tell Robot C what types of sensors are connected and to which ports. Begin by opening the Motors and Sensor Setup window. The limit switch is a digital sensor and is plugged into digital port 6 on the Cortex. So select the tab labeled VEX 2.0 Digital Sensors 1 through 12. We need to give the limit switch a descriptive name that we can use to reference it in our code. Like motor names, sensor names must be all one word, not already reserved by Robot C, and contain no special characters. In the name text box next to digital 6, type front limit and set the sensor type to touch sensor from the drop-down menu. Now, the potentiometer is an analog sensor connected to analog port 6. Select the VEX 2.0 Analog Sensors tab. In the name text box next to input 6, type ARM pot. And set the sensor type to potentiometer from the drop-down menu. As a side note, if you're ever unsure whether a sensor is analog or digital, you can use these drop-down menus as a reference. Robot C will only allow you to configure analog sensors in the analog ports and digital sensors in the digital ports. Press OK to finalize your changes. New Pragma configuration statements will appear at the top of your program, displaying the sensor port, name, and type. With the sensors configured, you are now able to incorporate feedback from them into your code. In this lesson, you learn how to configure different sensors for the Cortex using the Motors and Sensor Setup window.
Okay, the first video is complete, so now we'll view the second video.
One of the limitations of your robot's arm is that it can get too low and hit the chassis, or get caught on other objects in its environment. In this lesson, we will use feedback from the limit switch to prevent the arm from over-lowering. But first, a few details about the limit switch. The limit switch is a digital sensor, plugged into digital port 6 on the VEX Cortex. The actual sensor is the small, black button below the larger metal arm. When pressed, the limit switch provides a sensor value of 1. When released, it provides a value of 0. The fact that the limit switch is either pressed or released, 1 or 0, is what categorizes it as a digital sensor. Open the fine-tuned arm control program if you don't already have it open from the previous lesson. Our goal is to prevent the arm from over-lowering, so we need to focus on the portion of our code that controls lowering the arm. Here, the second if statement checks if the down button in group 6 is pressed, and lowers the arm if it is. We still want the human driver to control when the arm is lowered, so we can't simply replace the existing condition with one that checks the limit switch. Rather, what we really want is a condition that checks if the human driver is pressing the down button, and checks that the limit switch is released before lowering the arm. Well, the keyword here is the word "and". In programming, when you want to check multiple conditions before deciding to run a body of code, you can use what are called logical operators. The AND logical operator allows you to combine two conditions and evaluates the combined pair as true only when each individual condition is true. Place your cursor just after the existing condition in the if statement, but before the closing parenthesis. Add a space, and then type 2 ampersands to represent the AND. Add another space, and then type the second condition to check if the limit switch is released. Sensor value, front limit, equals 0. The code can be understood as, if the group 6 down button is pressed and the front limit switch is released, lower the arm. Note that the AND can only be used to combine two complete conditions. Let's try it out. Compile and download. And run. Remember that this program requires you to press the down button in group 7 as a remote start, and that you only have 90 seconds of remote control over the robot. Now, as you lower the arm, releasing the group 6 down button or pressing the limit switch will stop the downward movement. In this lesson, you learn how to incorporate feedback from the limit switch to improve your control over the arm, and learn that the AND logical operator can be used to combine multiple conditions. Move on to the next lesson to continue to fine-tune your control over the arm using the potentiometer.
Okay, the video is complete, so now we will continue. So the next topic of today's workshop is timers. Timers can be thought of as time sensors or as stopwatches, and timers keep track of time while other code is running. The VEX robot is equipped with 4 timers labeled T1 through T4. So to use the timer, you first have to reset it using the clear timer command, and once the timer is reset, it immediately starts counting time. To find out how much time has passed since the timer was reset, you use the time1 command shown here, where in the brackets you put the label of the timer, T1, T2, T3, or T4. Now this command is very similar to the VEX-RT command that we studied before, and just as the VEX-RT command accesses the value of the specified channel, the time1 command gives you the amount of time in milliseconds since the specified timer was last reset at the moment that you run this code. So recall that each round of the robotics competition of the C-STEM challenge is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If the robots continue to move after this time limit has passed, none of the actions after the point will count towards the team's score. A timer can be used to make sure that your robot stops receiving commands after the competition round has ended. The following code is an example of how a timer can be used to make the robot stop accepting commands when the competition round has ended. So here you have task main from port, and then you have the clear timer command followed by the while loop condition, and inside the while loop you have 2 commands for the motors, and then once the while loop ends you set the motor power levels equal to 0. So let's dissect the code line by line. Here you have the clear timer T1, which just resets the timer T1, and then the condition of the while loop where you use time 10 says that it'll repeat the commands within the body of the loop until 15,000 increments or ticks of 10 milliseconds each have passed since T1 is reset. Now notice that here we use time 10 instead of time 1. The reason why it's important that you use time 10 is because each time command, whether it's time 1, 10, or 100, only counts about 17,000 ticks. And each tick is worth how many milliseconds that the timer specified. So time 1 can record up to about 17,000 ticks of 1 millisecond, which is only about like 17 seconds. But or so. And so that's not the time 1 command won't give us enough time to count the entire duration of the round. So we need to use time 10. And here at the bottom I have the math that was used to calculate how many ticks would equal 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So that would be 15,000. So which is why you say saying time T1, saying the while loop continues until time T1 hits 15,000 ticks, the same as saying that the while loop continues until 2.5 minutes have passed since the timer was reset. Now here you have the commands within the while loop, and this states that as long as the while loop condition is true, you map the vertical positions of the remote control joysticks to the robot's motor power levels using a 1-to-2 mapping. And then once the while loop ends, we have these two commands that say the motor power levels equal to 0, which makes the robot stop moving, and then it ends the code there. Now, although using timers can be helpful in ensuring that your robot does not accept commands beyond a certain amount of time, there's still one flaw in the programming that we have covered so far for the timers. So think about this. How does the robot know when to reset its timer and begin counting seconds? Now, running our current program will cause the robot's timer to reset as soon as the program is run, which means the timer will reset as soon as the robot is turned on. Now, this is not ideal, however, because suppose that there is a short time lapse between when you turn on your robot and when the competition round actually begins. So, for example, say you turn on the robot on the field and then you have to get off the field and wait for the ref to call for the time to start. The time lapse between you start turning on your robot and the round starting will come out of your robot's 2.5 minutes, which means your robot will stop accepting commands before the time is ended. And this is a problem because if your robot stops accepting commands before the time ends, you'll lose opportunities to score points. And so this problem needs to be solved. And one solution is to use your remote control to signal when the robot will reset its timer and begin counting time. Now this method can be applied by adding an idle loop to your code that will only end when one of your remote control buttons is pressed. An idle loop is a loop with an empty body. So for example, here we have a while loop for 2.5 minutes after time T1 is set, and inside it you have the empty body, which means that for this time the robot will not accept any further commands. Now an idle loop will cause the robot to and it's important to know that you need to place the idle loop for your situation at the beginning of the code, because the idle loop tells the robot not to accept any further commands. It doesn't tell the robot to literally do nothing, which means that if you have the robot power level set right before you activate the idle loop, the power levels that the motors were set to will stay at that level for 2.5 minutes. I mean, if you have your robot going forward at full speed and then you activate the idle loop, it'll keep going forward at full speed for 2.5 minutes straight. So you have to place the code shown here at the beginning of the task in Robot C if you want to make your robot wait until you press the down button in Group 7 on the remote control before it accepts any further commands. So it's critical that you put it at the beginning of the task. Alright, so now I would like to talk about a few details regarding the game pieces that will be used in the Middle School Robotics Challenge. So, as you know, the Objective 1 involves the transportation of the water purification system. And the game piece that will be serving as the water purification system is this bottle/snack container that's made of plastic. And this thing has a height of 7 3/8 of an inch. And as you can see, the diameter shifts between the height. At the very bottom, the diameter is 2 15/16 inches. At the very top, it's 3 5/16 inches. And at the smallest diameter within the body, it's about 2 9/16 inches. And it varies within the height between those levels. Now, in Objective 2, you have to fill in the water inside your geometric printed container and transport that across the field. Now, the game pieces that will be serving as your water will be the styrofoam balls shown here. That are 2 inches in diameter. So these are going to be the pieces that you have to try to fit into your container as you transport from one side of the field to the other. Alright, that's all I have today. So if you have any further questions, you can chat me live on System Break right now at the end of this presentation, or you can email me after that at tech@mansystem.org, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. And other than that, thank you for attending, and I'll see you again for Workshop 5 on March 29th.
Hi everyone, this is Shauna Smith. Welcome to the March 1st Creative Writing and Filmmaking Workshop. I have to apologize in advance. I have a little bit of a cold, so I'm so sorry that you have to listen to my terrible voice for the next few minutes, but I'm excited about the information that I'm going to talk to you guys about, and just really excited about this whole documentary film and action research process. So today's workshop we're going to focus on reflecting, and we'll be specifically dealing with evaluating, implementing, and revisiting our action research. So if you'll recall, the Creative Writing Challenge for this year is that the students are going to develop an action research documentary, and it's going to be dealing with shortages of clean water and energy. So elementary schools are focusing on increased access to clean water and or energy. Middle schools are focused on conservation of clean water and or energy. And then high schools are focused on the efficient uses of clean water and or energy. So this is where we're at in terms of my suggested pacing guide. So we're in the final stages of this. It's almost time to see everybody at the National Challenge in Houston in April. So we have this workshop and one more workshop before we have our final presentations. I'm so excited. So we are in the final stage of action research at this point. So we are dealing with reflection. So we're going to be looking back and evaluating the research that we've done up to this point. We're going to be discussing some implementation strategies and revisiting the sites that we're doing our research at. So let's go ahead and get started. So first and foremost, you should have already, by this point, you should have written your action research report. So this is the suggested format that I had given to you guys at the last workshop. So in this stage of action research, we're going to be evaluating the evidence from your action research report. So really looking at it with a critical eye, trying to pull out what are the key things that you think are not only important, but the key things that your peers and other members of your community will also think are important. So for the purposes of our documentary film, we're not merely going to just make a film that has everything that we included in our action research report. We're really going to take a documenter''s keen eye and pull out what we think is going to be the most important and the most engaging to create a call to action. So to do that, we're going to engage some persuasive writing techniques, and so you're essentially going to convert your action research report into an engaging and persuasive documentary script. So you need to have your introduction that's going to have a hook and really engage the reader or the person who's watching your film. You need to establish the context so that anybody, somebody who isn't from your area, somebody who isn't even from this country, if they can understand the context of where you're doing your action research, then they can understand the argument or claim that you're making, this call to action or thesis statement. So then in the body of your documentary, you're going to provide factual reasons with concrete details, insightful commentary from the people you interviewed or from your teammates to serve as examples, and then also create a strong counter-argument, because even though we're making a documentary that's heavily influenced by our personal beliefs and experiences, we need to establish this sense of trust by providing multiple sides of the argument so that we're not completely biased. And then you're going to wrap that up with a conclusion where you're going to restate the thesis or your big so what, and leave the reader or watcher feeling with this sense of feeling that they're challenged or they're persuaded. And we really kind of call that our call to action. So I have a template that I got from readwritethink.org, which has great writing exercises and supports. But if we can think about our action research report and kind of break it down into these key components, then we can first look at the thesis, which is our call to action. This is our, at the beginning of our documentary, this is the purpose of my documentary. And we'll also kind of bookend the end of the documentary with that same call to action. We're going to have more than one claim, and these reasons or claims are going to appeal to the audience. And we're going to back up each of those claims and reasons with facts and examples. And that's where the data from your action research report will really come into play. It's going to support these reasons, and it's going to persuade the audience. And some basic strategies for persuasive writing, these come all the way back from the days of Aristotle. You can appeal to the logos of a person by using logic, by using statistical information, numerical information, percentages, bar charts, pie graphs. When people see logical numbers, that can establish a sense of, the numbers don't lie. You can also appeal to pathos by evoking an emotional reaction. SPCA commercials are a prime example of that. You see the saddest, cutest little puppies, and you can't help but feel like you want to just take them all home and help every one of them. So figuring out ways that you can capture footage of your site that can appeal to the emotion, or interviews from your participants that can appeal to the emotion of the watcher of your documentary can really help persuade. Also, you can appeal to the ethos, which is when you are establishing your credibility. You are reaching out your hand and saying, trust me, I have been there, I have seen it, I know what you're going through, or I know that this is an issue in your community as well, so I'm credible and you can trust me. And then the prime persuasive technique is trying to speak to kairos, which is where you're establishing the fact that, time is limited. Act now. Hurry. If we want to help this situation, if we want to save this situation, we need to do something right now. So whether you're using the script, your words to persuade, towards any of these strategies, or if you're using visuals to persuade, knowing how you're appealing to your audience is going to be key to your documentary's success. So then, revisiting the site, you might need to gather additional footage for your documentary film, whether you're going to ask more questions of your participants or new participants, whether you're going to capture video footage, whether you're going to capture still images with your camera. You probably are going to need to revisit and get some more information. So, some keys for getting some good quality film or still images is first you have to stabilize the camera. There are many techniques. You can stabilize your own arm, you can use two hands, you can use a tripod, but in order to get high quality images, you need to ensure that it's as stable as possible. If you want to capture high quality sound, you can get creative with what you have access to. So like the image here shows, if you need to get above the person who is talking, then wrap that microphone around something you have access to and get in closer without being in the actual video camera's screen. Alternatively, you can use standard computer microphones. You can use the built-in microphone on a laptop and hold it close to the person or event you're trying to record. And then it's always a good idea to plug in some headphones so that you can monitor the quality of the sound that you're recording, so that way you know right then and there if it's high quality or if it didn't record for some reason, because nothing is a bigger bummer than getting all the way back to your computer in your classroom and only to discover that what you thought you recorded, you didn't. So next is lighting. If you are filming outside, natural light can really warm up what it is that you're trying to capture through your still image or your video footage, but also sometimes you need a little help, especially when you're filming indoors. So thinking about the three-point lighting, you need to have light in front of the person that you're videoing, and you want to make sure that you're minimizing the shadows. So you don't want to have the person's face in shadow because sometimes that distorts what it is that you're capturing. So you can add a fill light, which can illuminate the other side of their face, minimizing the shadows, and then it can be even more enhanced if you have a backlight. So then, you know, there are almost no shadows. The face is very well lit, and you don't have to have a fancy lighting kit. You can utilize a table lamp, a clamp-on lamp that you can move with a flexible arm, and when in doubt, try to reflect the light. Something as simple as a car windshield reflector can really target the light where you actually want it to be. Then actually composing the shot. Whether you're dealing with still images or video footage, you don't necessarily want to have everything completely centered. That can get a little tedious and a little boring. So thinking about if you break up the screen into thirds, both horizontally and vertically, then you can create some more interesting angles. So when something is slightly off-centered in that first third, it can add a little bit more interest to what it is that you're capturing. Additional things to consider when you're composing the shot is if you want to have a wide angle where you get more of the background scene in there, if you want to have a mid shot where you are capturing somebody from the waist up, or if you want to have a close-up for more emphasis. You can always record the person or event using all three of these strategies, and then once you get to the editing phase, you can choose which one captures it better. Perhaps one is clearer, perhaps one really emphasizes the point that you're trying to get across. Particularly in documentary films, sometimes if you can capture what's going on around the person, that can add to the story. Or if you can zoom in on their facial expression and really zoom in on the emotion that the interviewee is expressing, that can add so much to your story. You can also think about how angles can impact the visuals that you're presenting in your documentary. A normal angle is where you are just straight on, almost making like eye contact with the participant. Alternatively, if you have a bird's eye view with a high angle, then that can add to the emotional capability of what's going on. Or if you have a worm's eye view of a low angle, that can also add. So again, it just depends on what you are trying to convey at that particular point with the visuals and the words that are being spoken. Some other techniques, you know, don't ever feel like you have to just stand there, you know, you never have to just stand there filming at one angle. You can move around. You can zoom in for effect. You can hop on a skateboard and have somebody push you for a dolly effect. That really enhances action and emotional content. You could even get a roller skate and put your camera on it and pull it along a sidewalk. You never know unless you try. So I really encourage you to kind of experiment and have fun with it, because sometimes you're going to be able to capture some really interesting things if you just try some different stuff out. So for your action research plan, we're in the final fourth phase. So reflecting entails evaluating, implementing, and revisiting. So you're evaluating your action research report. You're identifying the key findings that you're going to highlight for your documentary film. Then you're going to actually implement those by translating the action research report into a documentary film script. So you're going to utilize some of the persuasive writing strategies and techniques that I mentioned before, the logos, ethos, pathos, and kairos. And you might want a storyboard. You might want to write down some ideas on sticky notes and put them around the wall in your classroom and start planning the order of different things to really enhance your thesis and to enhance your call to action. And then you're going to revisit the site. So you might need to gather some additional footage to be used in your documentary film, whether you need to gather more still images, more video footage to establish the setting that you conducted your action research in, whether you need to sit down and re-record some quality footage with one of the people you interviewed, or maybe you just need to be in the site one more time to see if you missed anything. So spend the next couple of weeks working on this. We're really getting into that documentary film mode, and the next workshop is going to be on editing and finalizing the documentary film. So if you will spend the next coming weeks planning out the footage, gathering it all, you know, making sure that you save everything twice, 3 times, 4 times, however many times, back it up, and the next time we'll actually go through some different software options, some different techniques where you can edit it and put it into an actual film format. As always, thank you so much for attending. Again, I apologize for my terrible, terrible voice because of my cold, but I am always available to you if you want to send me a message on CSTEM Break, and I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. Have a great weekend.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the CSTEM Photography Challenge again. My name is Alicia Garcia. Decided to add a little picture of myself there. It is March 1st, and we are on our, let's see here, cycle 5 of our challenge. So complete design prototyping. That sounds a little alarming, that we have to have something completed. But let's remember here, it's just that you will complete the prototypes based on what you've been researching this whole time. Every little thought that you've ever had, now we're actually trying to wrap it up and build that little prototype. Now, look at this chart. There are not a lot of yellow columns left, orange columns left on this chart. We're on 5 of 7 cycles. That's not a lot of time. So since that's not a lot of time, I would say that you have to be very, very good with time management. That way you can make sure that you're not scrambling towards the very end of this entire project you've spent so much time working on. So let's take a look at a reminder of your photo challenge. So the whole time you've been researching based off of your school's level and that word. So elementary school with clean water access. Middle school, this whole time you've been researching for clean water conservation. And high school, you've been researching with clean water efficiency. Your prototype needs to be based off your research. Again, we have things going hand in hand. Paper goes hand in hand with image. And some of you that are my more creative students will spend more time on the photo. And other students will spend more time on the paper because you are gifted with words and between the two. So let's take a look again at the frame. When I was working with my students last time we met, I remember everybody said, hey, I'm a little confused about the frame. And we had all sorts of questions. And I know that since this is a competition, we have some teachers participating and watching this right now, but we also have some students. So for both students and teachers, I think we're going to go over this again because we need to provide some clarity. So let's talk about the process of building the frame. This paragraph we're going to look at right here that we're going to read is directly from the CSTEM curriculum. So this is not my paragraph. This is the challenge paragraph. If you get lost, you need to come back to this video and look at this paragraph. So it says each school's photo challenge entry must be enclosed in a frame designed and created by the students. Notice it says you cannot store buy this. You must design and make it yourself out of recycled or reused materials. Last time we talked about upcycling, a different type of recycling, or reusing repurposed materials, and that your frame size must be 11 by 14 inches. Some people get confused mathematically when we talk about measurements. Quotations mean inches. The photo itself cannot exceed 11 by 14 inches and must be accompanied by that one-page typed short story. In the grand scheme of things, one-page short story is nothing compared to other things you will have to write. My high school students, I'm sure you've had to write a paper that's longer than 1 page long. So let's make this the best single-page paper you've ever written to accompany, as the last line says, your photographic masterpiece. Because you will not be right next to your photograph, it is extremely important that you do not forget the weight and importance of this paper. Because if you have a beautiful photograph and the paper just doesn't sell it, it's going to be imbalanced. So let's look at some examples of the frame. So I just made a quick little graphic for you guys because we had lots and lots of questions about the frame. So if I went to Target, Michael's, Hobby Lobby, Walmart, I'm throwing out all sorts of names of stores. We're in Texas, so we have a variation of stores. Now, I say we as HCP. Now, all your schools, though, not all of you are in the Houston area. So think about any hobby or craft store, Walmart or Target, something that's very local that you can go to. They have a frame section, and typically their frames have this They're either wood, and they're brown or they're black. So let's look at this frame and say that's my wooden brown frame. And the inside is white with some example photo of somebody smiling. It's the photo that says, this is what this frame does. This is what you could put inside this frame. Well, the example we're going to use here is we have a brown frame, and the white square you see in the center is the glass of a traditional frame. We had lots of questions about how can I fill up the frame? If some of you decide to have a traditional, very rectangular frame that fits in 11 by 14, your photo can fill up the entire space of this frame. Notice that the entire brown and blue portion of this example is 11 by 14. The photo is actually a little smaller than that because the frame is 11 by 14. That's a little confusing. And teachers, if you're participating and watching this, I would say that this is something you need to stress to your students as far as dimension goes, because I think it's going to help them out immensely if we can have clarity and really make sure this is not where students get tripped up. We had really clever students say, do I have to fill the entire frame? Remember, you're using recycled material. The world is your oyster, and you are free to use whatever techniques you'd like. You could have a photo, as an example, down here at the bottom right corner of your frame, and you could fill the rest of that area with reused materials. Nobody says that this has to be something very traditional that we see when we walk into somebody's home. This is completely your masterpiece and your idea that's going to bring home all the research you've been doing. So if it means keeping that little photo in the bottom corner, by all means do it. But know that there is no rule that says you can't. So we had a lot of people wondering if they could last time, and by all means do it. We're waiting for the next slide to pop up. Here we go. So how many drafts or test photos should I make? Because before we were talking about we're beginning your prototype. Now we're starting to complete the prototype. So some of you have already been making your prototype, you're winding up and figuring out what you're doing. I like to say, let's define prototype right now. Again, the prototype is the early sample, model, or release of a product built to test the concept or process. So you're making an early sample, a model, that's made to test all the research you've done. That's all it is. You have a thought process and you say, can I make this photograph ring true to what I've written down on my paper? And I have a lot of students that ask me this, not just within either a CSTEM challenge area, but at HCP, at universities I teach at. People forget that photographs are like writing papers. You don't just sit down and write the best paper in the world the first time you sit in front of your desk. It doesn't just flow out from your head and it's perfect. It takes a lot of time. There's multiple drafts, and that's how we all learned in school. You make your first rough draft, your second rough draft, then you have a final paper. It's very much so like that when you're making photos. And notice at the bottom it says you can have more than one prototype or draft of your photo. I encourage it. If you think that you got the perfect photo on the first try, chances are you should go back and reshoot that. That you need a lot more time going by to make sure you got this right. So again, that leads us to our next slide, which is take lots and lots of photos. It takes many, many photographs to get, let's call it the, in quotation marks, top 5 of the idea of what you've been researching. I'd rather you have taken so many photographs you have a hard time choosing. Let's all hope for that problem. That's a great problem to have. I would hate for you to have the problem where you haven't taken enough photographs and now you're scrambling around to try and make something look good. I'd rather you be completely overwhelmed that you have too many good photographs to choose from. And again, you have to shoot a lot to get the best photo possible. So let's all have the good problem, too many good photographs. So this whole time I've been saying before, look online, use your smartphone. We're influenced pretty much by society and technology. That we're influenced by TV, your smartphone, your computer. All this time, I've been giving you website links to say Getty Images, Instructables, Pinterest, other sites that have lots of ideas in their communities that talk about the act of creating. Well, now, let's say we just turn off the TV, turn off the computer. I know it's going to be really hard, my high school and intermediate students. Put the cell phone away. But that's the perfect time to just pick up your camera and shoot. It also, it's really beneficial for you because you need to have no distractions. No distractions while shooting. And I'd say that right now, a lot of people try and multitask too much. Multitasking is a great thing, but when we're doing a project, I want you fully focused on your project because it's a competition. I want the most focused, most geared up student ready to do this project. So even though multitasking is a good thing, let's give an example that there's an alarming trend of people on their cell phones while they watch TV. I find myself doing it. Instead, I should be just doing one thing or the other. I shouldn't really be trying to do them both because then I miss out on something on TV or I am really not using my phone to its best capabilities. So the same thing goes if you have your TV on and you're playing with your camera, or you have your phone out and you're outside and you're missing your shots. So let's put all that away and just focus on the camera. It seems like a really simple thing to do, but it's really hard to rid ourselves of the distractions in the world. So that's going to be difficult, and we'll all see how hard it is for us. But I thought I'd like to show you guys today some examples of some great photographers. You're probably like, what the heck am I looking at? This is crazy. Well, what you're looking at is a master photograph. This is somebody that the photographs are in museums all around the world. They worked really hard to get a perfect photograph. And this was done in the darkroom. So, of course, none of this is something that you would ever experience today, but I'd like to show you this because it shows all the hard work and effort that goes into a photograph. So the picture on the right is the finished product. Like what you would give in the final part of the challenge, the photo you turn in. The picture on the left is the original, and all those scribbles and notes all on top of the photograph are edits and saying, hey, I need to go back and reshoot this, we need to repose, we need to add or take away. That's a lot of edits. That's a lot of notes. That's what it means to be dedicated to your project or to your individual photo that you're working with. That you worked so hard that in your mind you had a photo like what's on the left so that you could turn in that beautiful masterpiece like the photo on the right over here. I'll give you another example, a really classic face. This is Audrey Hepburn. So it's a beautiful photograph on the right, and it looks effortless. But let's look at the left side. There's all sorts of notes of how it needs to be fixed, what could be done. And so that's a lot of time. It's many hours of dedication to get that photo on the right. A lot of people think that professional photographers don't have to try hard. They're just really good at making it look easy. But in fact, it's not easy at all. And so if you feel like you're having a difficult time, know that if it was easy, everybody would do it. This is a difficult task that you've been given. This is really a challenge. And don't ever think that it's one and done. Think about these 3 photographs. I'm going to show you another one. This one is not a before and after, it's just the before. This is Muhammad Ali, famous boxer. I'm sure some of you know that name. But look at all those notes. They're scribbled everywhere. I want you to think about that. Think about your photo when you look at it, or maybe you print it off. And you take a marker or a pen or a pencil, depending on what you printed it off on, and you say, oh, I could have gone outside when it was a little brighter because my photo is kind of dark. I could have turned on a lamp inside, and that would have made it look a little better. Or maybe it's the photo's blurry. You just need to retake the photograph. But all of those things should dictate, just like these 3 examples here, we'll go back and look at Audrey Hepburn and the man standing in the street of Paris, that all of these have in common is a great deal of dedication to one individual photograph. And that's what I want you guys to do, especially when we're completing the prototype. Your prototype should be marked all up and have a really good sense of where we're going to go when you really start making the real thing. So let's also be the bearer of bad news again. For some reason, if you weren't able to tune in last time, students and teachers, because life is busy, but if you are tuning in for the first time out of these last 2 challenges, I'm going to tell you that Photoshop will not be used in this challenge. Sadly, we cannot use it, and I'll give you some reasons right now. So, being the bearer of bad news, I do have reasons for why. So 1, this is a challenge about photography, not post-processing. Photoshop is a program that post-processes photographs, so we really don't want to do that. Number 2, younger photographers tend to over-process their images and thus make them look distracting and not as successful. Again, these photographs are going to go in front of judges, and I want them to say, wow, that's a great photograph, and they're going to read your paper, and I want them to say, you took so much time, this looks great, rather than saying, oh, they photoshopped that. And then they don't even want to read your paper because all they're looking at is that you photoshopped something. And number 3, if a photo needs to be photoshopped, it should be taken again. See, again, when I said, turn off your TV, turn off your phone, turn off the computer, go outside or inside if you're shooting inside, but focus solely on that and shoot. Because if you have to Photoshop right from the beginning, chances are it should have been taken better. So I know that's a lot, that's a tall order to think about, but I'm sure we'll have questions about Photoshop and frames and all sorts of dimension questions or some issues you guys have been encountering. So please join me right now in the chat, and we will talk a lot more about all your questions that you have, especially that we're getting towards the end of our challenge. So I thank you for your time, and I will see you in just a little bit.
Good morning. This is Sarah Trotty. Happy to be here with you today to talk about the C-STEM Challenge for Sculpture. We're on cycle 4 and we'll begin our design prototype for sculpture. Students will create prototypes of their sea turtle sculpture solution. This is where you should be in your work at this time. Elementary school students will construct an endangered sea turtle sculpture in the form of transportation that improves access to clean water or energy. To make the sculpture, elementary schools will use recycled and reused paper material. Here's an example of a cardboard sculpture. Cardboard is a very sturdy paper that can be used, and you simply need to just cut the cardboard into the shapes that you want, tape and hold them into place until you can glue them, and this provides the basic strong material that you want. And actually you can at the base of these provide ways to allow them to move. Middle school students will construct an endangered sea turtle sculpture in the form of transportation that it conserves water and or energy. To make the sculpture, middle schools will use recycled and reused plastic materials. Any plastic material that you can find, such as this example. These are plastic hangers, plastic spoons, plastic wiring, any kind of material that's plastic. Water bottles are great. Anything that you can find that is basically plastic that you don't want to just throw away and on the earth. Now, this is another example of a sculpture using plastic, but let's look at how color is added to the surface. In each of these sculptures, you're to add color using only the material that you use. So paper, students in elementary school will use paper. You can use collage paper to give color to your final product. Middle schoolers will use plastic material. So all the colorful pieces of plastic that you can find can be glued to the surface of your structure that's made of plastic, and this then gives you color. High school students will construct an endangered sea turtle sculpture in the form of transportation that efficiently utilizes clean water and or energy. So in this case, it's not conserving it, but using it efficiently. So to make this sculpture, high schoolers will use recycled and reused aluminum materials. We'll show you an example. Here you see found pieces of metal that are either glued together or wired together to create this sculpture. And of course you'll notice that there's no color used here. The material gets its color from the materials that are found. Each school's endangered turtle sculpture masterpiece must not exceed 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet, meaning 4 feet tall, 4 feet wide, or 4 feet in depth. Now, it should not be much smaller than that either, but this is the largest size that you can use. So let's come close to this size that's provided. All sculptures must be accompanied with a typed one-page report and a scaled engineering design of the sculpture masterpiece on 11-inch by 17-inch graph paper. Teams will also use 3D printing design in order to create a C-STEM logo that must be attached to their final endangered sea turtle sculpture. This identifies the work for you. The dimensions of the 3D design must not exceed 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches. And you'll learn how to do the printing design with another team. To create surface color for your final sculpture, again, using discarded or found materials in the same medium, you're to remember to look for things that have these colors. Do not use paint or on any of the sculptures, whether it's at the elementary level, middle school level, or high school level. All sculptures must be self-standing and well-balanced, and they can demonstrate mobility, or really should demonstrate some mobility. Students should be encouraged to do research on the topics before engaging in the plan of their compositions and in designing the sculptures. So there are some examples of research about clean energy at the beginning here. I won't go to those sources, but let me just go to one of them here. And this source again talks about water energy as a renewable energy source and its importance of us using this energy wisely. Industrial plants that are possible to create this gives us some idea of it. Now, as you're making the sculpture, you want to think of this sculpture itself as maybe even being one of these kinds of generators that are created. Can water move through your sculpture? Of course, we aren't going to show that, but you want to get an example that shows that water is important to the sculpture. Students should also Google search water treatment plants and that technology, and they can visit water areas, and they really ought to look for found objects as a team. So when you're at home or at your grandparents' or anyone, ask people to save all the paper goods for you, all the cardboard goods for you, all the plastic goods for you, any pieces of metal if you're in high school, depending on your grade level, so that you can have lots of these materials to assemble the sculpture that you're making. This concludes our this concludes our sculpture discussion. We'll have some moments now to discuss those a little bit later on as we chat live with C-STEM break. Good morning and welcome to C-STEM Challenge Murals. I'm Sarah Trotty. I'm happy to work with you and walk through the process of producing the mural. Water Energy Nexus Murals. That's the theme that we're following. Today we're on Cycle 4, where we begin the design, producing a prototype for the mural. Students will create prototypes of their mural project solution. This example, again, helps remind us of what it takes to create a mural composition, which is the final thing that we're doing. We look at the center area where images are nice and large and reflect the theme, and the secondary areas that support that theme. Color and line and direction works together for a complete color harmony, composition harmony of the work. Water Energy Nexus Mural. Planning the composition. We're working with teams at each school level who will do the research for the images of ideal landscapes where energy has made a positive impact. Student teams will work together to create several compositions with generators or water treatment plants and other major components of energy. Schools, homes, cityscapes, and rural community settings can be incorporated into the compositions. Keep the images simple and large enough to be seen from a distance. This is an example, a photograph of a landscape full of lush greenery, just to give you a little idea of how you would go about filling the page with imagery or color. So students will search for images that they might incorporate. This particular image shows an old-fashioned water generator, and you can see how the water runs through here and comes out with a fast pace, creating the energy. This is a cityscape, a very vibrant, bright colored cityscape. But let's note how you can simplify that for a drawing and create the compositions we're talking about. Students are encouraged to research the topic before engaging in the plan of the compositions for the murals. A few websites are listed below. I'll go through just a couple examples. This mural, for example, and let me move it over for you here. This example talks about water energy as a renewable energy source. It relies on the supply of water to help provide the energy when it flows or falls. It creates energy, water energy, which is a source that's quickly becoming the most widely used form of renewable energy. Research like this is really important. If you look further down, it talks about hydropower. This is the energy that is created from the falling water or the flowing water. And there are many advantages to this, so do the research, students, and bring this information back to your classmates. There are other examples here. I won't read them all, but I just want to show you a few. This particular one from Lintex talks about what is energy. So let's use it as an example. Go back again and do the research. This next source that is not available now, but if you go back and look at the Goldman Sachs, they did a whole conference on water and energy. Now let's take a look at some energy sources. These are various ways water have been contained by dams or other structures to create water energy. Let's look at this one, for example, and you see how the water flows over and creates energy. Just want to show you maybe one or two more, and then we'll move on. See the water that moves over this turn, and actually the water itself is turning this wheel. So all of this is a source of energy. Once you've done this research, you're ready to begin to do the prototyping. Students will then design a solution, and we suggest using imagery to create a mural according to the school level that fits the canvas. Well, the school level has a theme, and then you want to make your topic fit the canvas that's been provided for you. As we look at this particular mural, you see how the animals have been reduced to very simple geometric forms, mathematically produced shapes. cones and spheres, geometric squares, rectangles, and bright color. So simplify your images. Let's talk about these group assignments. Canvas mural constructions for one team, research and reporting for another team, producing the sketches after talking with your researchers is another team, and then finally taking these sketches, coming up with the decisions and talking about the revisions and making those revisions should be another team. Finally, transferring this mural, enlarging it and transferring it to the canvas that has been produced could be another team. Now we'll talk about the mural challenge. Each individual school will create a mural on the canvas according to the assigned topic of water energy nexus, using the canvas that's made of the muslin material that's provided. The mural must be accompanied by a one-page typed short story that's 12 font in size and double-spaced, which tells the theme of the masterpiece that's created. The elementary school mural will be 34 inches by 71 inches. The 34 inches because we're using one width of the material, and the 71 inches is the length that was cut. The theme for the elementary school is clean water and energy nexus, meaning that you're going to research all the ways of keeping water clean. The material used will be oil pastels, and I've linked a couple of places here to show you how to produce this. We'll take just a minute or two to look at this.
There's only one reason for flying, and that is speed.
Welcome back to another video tutorial brought to you by thevirtualinstructor.com. Today we're going to be using oil pastel. We're going to be drawing an apple. I'm going to start off by just drawing a shape for my apple. And I'm just going to use a basic red, be a primary red. This apple is going to be a red apple. So I'm going to start off with a red color. And I'm just very loosely making the shape of that apple. I'm not trying to get the details perfect. I'm using very loose strokes with my hand. You can see the way that I'm holding the pastel. I'm just putting down information on the apple a little bit at a time. Now I know my light source is going to be coming from the upper left-hand side, so I'm going to go ahead and start putting in darker values a little bit on the bottom part of the apple. I'm just going to let that red be a little bit more intense on the bottom left-hand side of the apple. As I get close to the ridge that goes around the top of the apple, I'm going to stay away from that a little bit right now because it's where my highlight's going to go. I'm going to get a red-orange color and start making that red just a little bit more intense. Oil pastel techniques are very similar to colored pencil techniques. You're going to want to layer your colors and mix your colors, of course. You want to slowly build up the color so that it looks like paint. Taking your time is important. And if you, well, with colored pencils, you should outline last. If you like to outline with oil pastels, it's similar. You define the outline at the end. Now I'm going to grab a little bit of yellow ochre, and I'm going to start to go over some of those colors. Yellow ochre is a lighter value, so I'm going to let it go up to the top of the ridge a little bit. And as I'm working, I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on the material and let some of the colors start to blend. I'm working from the left to the right, trying to keep in mind where my light source is coming from. An apple has really bright.
All right, we're going to skip on to part 2.
Welcome back to part 2 of the oil pastel video tutorial brought to you by thevirtualinstructor.com. On the last left, we were adding a little bit of yellow-green to the apple. That's going to make it look a little bit more natural. Now I'm going to go back over it, and I'm going to get a little bit heavier with my highlights at this point. I've built up the oil pastels to a point where the material is real thick on the surface, and I have a little bit more freedom to put those highlights on there with some heavy white. So I'm going to put some of those heavy highlights on there. I'm also going to take the white and bring it down and let some of the colors underneath blend with the white. That's going to give us a little bit more of a highlighted side. It's going to make our...
All right, we're going to go back to our chart now. I just wanted to give you a little bit example of how you can begin to use that material. The high school, let me go back. The middle school mural will be 68 inches in length. That's because they're two pieces of material sewed together to give the full length of this. And then the width, already pre-cut, 71 inches. The material for the middle school is acrylics, and there are some links here that will help you learn how to use acrylics. I'm not going to go through those, but just suggest that you go to any link, especially a YouTube link that shows you how to use acrylics. I do want to mention the theme for the middle school, the conservation of clean water and energy resources. So that means the middle school will indicate conservation, not just clean water, but how you conserve the clean water should be shown in your composition. We go to the high school, whose mural is 68 inches long. That's because two lengths of material are sewn top to bottom, sewn together, the same length as the middle school, but the high school is wider, 107 inches wide, because the mural is already pre-cut. The material is already pre-cut to that size. The theme, the efficient use of clean water and energy resources. And for high schools, you're going to use both media. You can use oil pastels, you can use acrylic paint, you can even use collage materials. There's a YouTube link here as well that just shows you putting the acrylic paint on nice and heavy. I'm not going to stay too long on this. It just gives you a little bit of abstractly putting the paint down so you can get a sense of how color and acrylics work.
So what I'm going to do now is just do random paint, texture, stuff, all over the page, and then develop shapes. And I think where a lot of people get in trouble when they're trying to go to a less literal way of painting is worrying too much about the technique of developing, the textures, and not then remembering to discipline the textures into shapes. So what I'm going to do is just maybe.
All right, we're going to go on back to the slides now so that we can move on through this. Let's talk about assembling the mural selections or sections. Each mural will have a 2-inch hem, as we mentioned, and a 1/2 inch around all of the edges. And when you're putting two of these together, you're going to use a 1/2 inch seam on both sides. So again, the middle and high school will join two panels together first to get the 1/2 inch in the middle, and then the 1/2 inch on the two sides in the bottom. And let me just show you an example. This is an example of two pieces of material together. It's the top and the bottom, and this is where the two have been sewn together. That's for the middle school, which is 34 inches. I'm sorry, elementary school is 34 inches, which is just this length. The middle school is 72, which will be this length. And we'll look at the next slide. How do you hem? You can see a 1/2 inch has been folded under, and then the whole 2 inches folded over and pressed down so that these can stay right in place as you're working. This shows it being pressed. This shows the seam being sewn down. You can hand stitch this first and then machine stitch it later. Once the canvas has been produced, and this shows a high school piece sewn together, then you want to coat this with acrylic paint, white acrylic paint. Now, white acrylic paint was not provided for you, but you can find that easily anywhere, and so we suggest that you find some paint to coat your mural, and that's going to make your surface a good surface to receive your media. Let's talk again about teamwork. One group will construct the canvas, another group will do the research, another will do the design and composition of the mural. And then maybe there are some people who are really good at helping to do the painting. Some people like to draw and some like to paint. And then you certainly need to remember a team that's going to write a summary of your theme. And we're just going to move on to talk about the rubric, how you evaluate what's done. Certainly clear expression of the water energy nexus theme for the elementary, middle school, or high school is important. Unity within the mural composition, which means using similar colors, similar kinds of lines, interesting contrast as well. Clarity and execution of the images, that means the images are going nice and large, you're not trying to do a lot of little detail. Effective application of the materials, whether it's oil pastels, acrylic paint, or mixed media. Effective use of the color. The color should be nice and bold and easily seen from a distance and help to reflect the theme. And finally, craftsmanship in the assemblage of the mural canvas and in the use of the material. This concludes our mural workshop, and I'd like to talk with you later if you have questions as you join me live on C-STEM Break.
Hello everyone, my name is Roy Carter and I'm here today to present to you the second to last teacher training for the geoscience portion of your CSTEM challenge. And so now let's jump into it. And so the first thing that I want to present to everybody is just kind of like, let's talk about where everybody should be at in the entire process. Now we've begun, the first step in this entire process was to introduce you to the challenge. And then then after that, you're supposed to go through and research and then start designing solutions. And then now everybody should be at the point where their solution should be created, and then they should be start to at least design prototypes and then start constructing those prototypes. And then last but not least, after the construction, then what we'll talk about next week is all about how to create an artifact or what you will be actually turning in when you come for the CSTEM challenge. But for right now, everybody should be at the prototype and the construction of the prototype. So just to refresh everybody's memory, the Geoscience Challenge states, for the CSTEM challenge this year, states that an exponentially growing population has resulted in rising demand for resources despite our limited clean water and energy supply. This has led to a global shortage in clean water and natural resources. In order to fulfill the demands and maintain the quality of life for the human race, there's a need to design smart and efficient ways to preserve and utilize our resources. Students will invent a technology or mechanism from recycled and reused materials and 3D printing technology that serve as a solution to clean water and energy shortages. The 3D printed object to be integrated into the invention must be a geometric shape and not exceed 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches. Now, what will we be looking for when you actually come here in April? So the requirements is that all the geoscience project submissions, they have to be accompanied by a scaled engineering design on graph paper, 11 by 17 inches. And so what we're looking for, what we're saying is that there doesn't need to be a dimension requirement for the overall invention, but we need to have 2 team members from each school level. They must be able to collaborate and present, give a 5-minute oral presentation using Prezi to explain their geoscience challenge solutions. Now, as we discussed at the last teacher training, one of the things, there's probably been a lot of questions around how do I actually go about creating the solution. And one of the things that I want to emphasize to everybody out there is that, first of all, there is no correct answer. What I would like for everybody to be is be bold, be creative, and don't be afraid to try something new. And so some of the, and then another thing that I would suggest people doing is looking back at some of the previous teacher trainings. We discussed a number of different avenues of investigation for consideration, such as potable water or desalination. So can the technology or mechanism access sources of clean water and energy? Or another thing we talked about was about oil and gas, or the whole called fracking or hydraulic fracturing. And so can the technology effectively recycle or reuse clean water and their energy resources? And last but not least, maybe the technology or mechanism can reduce the amount of waste needed for energy production, such as a 3D printing of a micro solar panel. Now, for everybody that's in the process of constructing and designing their prototype, there's a number of ways to go about it, but this is the way I would suggest. First off, make a conceptual sketch of the prototype. And so feel free to use as much sketch paper, and make sure to use pencil and not pen when you're doing your sketches. And so what you want to do is sketch that prototype from multiple viewpoints. And when I say that, I'm saying you sketch the prototype from where, as you're looking at it, from the side and also from the back. So therefore you get an understanding of what the prototype looks like and how it's going to fit into your overall solution. And so also try to complete a more detailed drawing using graph paper. Okay, try to make a model of the invention out of foam or paper. So therefore, after you create your detailed drawing, try to make a little life-size or a little model out of just basically take a block of foam or some paper and try to create that model and see what it looks like. And then as you do that, that'll give you a sense of what it looks like and if you need to make any adjustments. And as you need to make adjustments, feel free to redo the prototype as many times as possible until you get a prototype that meets your needs, that's satisfactory to you. And then, as the old saying goes, if at first you don't succeed, always try again. There's never it's pretty much going to be pretty assured that the first prototype you make will not be the one that you use. And so always try, Doug, feel free to try as many times as possible until you get the prototype that you really like. And so once that prototype is finished, then be sure to make sure to complete the assignment and put the drawing on 11-inch by 17-inch graph paper. Now we talk a lot about 3D printing, and so one of the things I want to do is just briefly touch upon what is 3D printing. And so 3D printing, it's a very interesting, very fascinating new manufacturing process. And so what it does is it produces three-dimensional solid objects from digital models. And then you also hear 3D printing also called additive manufacturing, because what you're doing is you're actually adding layers of material on versus typical manufacturing process is subtractive. So you basically start with a big block of, let's say, wood or metal, and then you remove the material, or you're subtracting from the original material through processes such as cutting or drilling. And so additive manufacturing, actually, you can do a lot more intricate shapes, very intricate, very complex shapes, as you can see from that picture that I have up there of a 3D printed plastic objects. And so that's one of the very exciting things about 3D printing. And also, it allows for rapid prototype creation and rapid manufacturing of parts. Then another advantage of 3D printing is that it allows for mass customization of parts. And then probably the biggest advantage of 3D printing is that it potentially can eliminate very expensive supply chain issues by allowing companies to produce parts on demand. So for example, NASA is investigating 3D printing instead of having, because as you can think of, let's take for example the shuttle. The shuttle, when it flies up to space, it typically carries a number of different parts. And so the parts carry weight. So what instead of if the shuttle, instead of carrying all these different parts, it could carry a 3D printer, and then it would print or produce the parts as needed. And so that's one of the many multiple potential avenues or advantages of shared 3D printing. And I would highly suggest if people are interested in the whole concept, there's a number of great resources out there. And I highly recommend looking at, because right now they're doing some very fascinating stuff with 3D printing. They're actually using 3D printing to produce human organs, such as ears and lungs and kidneys. And so I highly recommend that people want to get some more information about 3D printing to take a look at it. So one of the things that, so this is really, we're not going to, excuse me, we're not going to be too long in the presentation today, because one of the things that I'm curious about knowing is that I want to understand where everybody is in the process. So as I said before, everybody should have, the first step in the process was to research and understand the problem, and then the middle step was to propose potential solutions and begin the design process. And then the testing of ideas and construction of prototypes. So one of the things that I request everybody to do is that if you need some help, feel free to contact myself or the CSTEM staff if needed. And then also one of the things that I'm curious about is that where is everybody in the process? And so one of the things I would ask is that people just shoot me a quick email. And so I'm going to put my contact information up here, roycarter@chevron.com. And so if you, so one of the things that I would like for everybody to do is just shoot me an email, tell me where you're at in the process. And so that would let me know exactly where to help you, because the next teacher training, we only have one more teacher training left. And so I want to make sure that the next teacher training makes sure that fits the majority of the people's needs out there. So in order for me to do that, I need people to help me out here. And so shoot me an email, tell me where you're at in the entire process. In terms of, even if you haven't started, please just still shoot me an email and let me know. And so therefore I can tailor the next session to meet your needs. Now with that said, we have some additional resources that I will flip through. And so these resources are available to anybody. And so these are free resources out there. And so if you need some additional help, feel free to grab this presentation, and then those can take you to additional information. Okay, so therefore, I'm done with this presentation for now, but as I said before, please contact me if you need any help, and hope everybody's having a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, Tim Lyons here. I'll be presenting today's lesson today for Mike, who was unable to attend. He asked me to do it. I'm actually an engineer, or well, he always calls me an engineer. I'm not technically an engineer. I'm just an employee here at Mind's Eye. I basically get to play with toys all day, so it's a lot of fun. So today we'll be talking about force, motion, and inertia. Yeah. So in the Mind's Eye Foundation education, we cover different units. The first unit we talked about introduction, the next continuous learning and improvement, the second applied systems thinking, variable force and motion, electrical engineering, and energy transfer. This is kind of just an overview page of the different types of units we'll be covering. Hopefully you can remember those units that we covered in the past and be able to look forward to the next ones as we go. So this unit will be covering force, motion, and inertia. Now force is any influence that causes an object to undergo a change, either in movement, direction, or construction. Force is measured in units of newtons. It takes about 25 newtons of pressure to break an egg. So if you think about it, that really kind of puts it into perspective. When you hold an egg, that's about, when you break it, that's 25 newtons. So now force is also represented by the symbol F. F equals ma, or force, in other words, force equals mass times acceleration. Force, push or pull are real-world terms that represent force. So, for example, pushing a car is a real force, a real-world force. These people, it takes 2 people to push one car up the hill. Another pull is also a real-world term, so push and pull. A force can cause an object to change its speed and direction. As you can see, pulling, I'm not sure if there are any buildings out there, but pull is an excellent example of force and motion. The whole object of the game is to knock one ball into the other and subsequently knock another one into the hole. So you can see that force causes an object to change its speed and direction. So you start with the white cue ball and it knocks it into another colored ball, which then in turn knocks it into the hole. So the force of the first object changes its speed and direction of the second object. Now here's an interesting concept, balance force. The forces applied to an object are equal in both directions, canceling each other out. Therefore, we have a balanced object or balanced force. For example, we have an example here of tug of war. The person on the left and the person on the right are pulling the same, if they're pulling the same direction and the same amount of force on each side, I'll grab a little pointer. If this person on the left and the person on the right are pulling the same force, it'll be balanced and they won't go anywhere. However, if you notice carefully, over here, it looks like they have an extra hand. There's 2 people over here. Or maybe they just have 3 arms. We don't know. Either way, the person on the right could be unbalancing this this rope. Therefore, the rope would go that way. It would not be balanced. All right. Let's see. For example, an unbalanced force, the forces are applied to an object are not equal, causing the object to change. So like in the example here, we see the purple guys, there are only 3 of them. However, the green have 4. And yet, it looks like, oh, the line is here. I was thinking the line was over here, and the purple were down maybe. But nope, the green guys are definitely going to win this. Just because they have extra person, therefore creating an unbalanced force. Great. Now, is this unbalanced or balanced? Interesting. So let's take a look and examine a few things. Are the forces balanced? Well, first let's identify what forces there are. Do you remember what a force is? Let's see. Let me just go back here to slide 2. I'll show you. Oop, 3 I mean. Any influence that causes an object to undergo a change, either in movement, direction, or construction. So force measured in newtons, like a push or pull. What objects in this slide are being pushed or pulled? Well, you can see there's the ground here. There's also a person running, and a force of their legs running on the hard concrete. So, would this be balanced or unbalanced? Good. We'll think about that, and we'll move on to the next slide. All right, let's see. So we can see that it's unbalanced because the forces are not equal. They're obviously moving this way, and there's less force going that way. Okay, now let's look at gear ratios. In this page, you can see there's kind of an example of the different types of examples you'll see in the curriculum. Step 1 on here, it says, well, this is to get gear ratios. So the first step is to count the motor box, spur, and pinion gear teeth, then calculate their reduction ratio, spur divided by pinion, equals the gear ratio. So you count the number of teeth on the spur gear, and then you count the number of teeth on the pinion. For the representation of this page, I will just do this for you. So we usually have a 15-tooth pinion. We'll say this is 15 teeth on the top. The pinion gear, however, what's the pinion gear? The pinion gear is an 87-tooth. So we take 15 divided by 87, and that gives us 17 tooth, or 0.17. I'll just write this down. 17,241. All right, now step 2 is count the differential ring and pinion gear teeth, then calculate their reduction ratio. What's the pinion gear, or what's the ring gear? The third step is then to calculate the total driveline gear ratio, A times B equals C. The fourth step is then to calculate your wheel RPM and torque. So you take the motor speed and the gear ratio, which we just calculated, equals the RPM. So in this step, we'll take the differential pin and ring in. All right, which I do not have, but that's all right. All right, I'll come back to this just in a moment. In this section, we have a comparative study. Now let's go back to here. Okay, now I'm good to go. Sorry, I had a bit of distraction there. So we'll take the differential ring gear, and we'll say, for the sake of this one, I don't have exact numbers. We'll call it a 15 to a 33. 15 divided by 33 is going to give us a 0.45. Repeated. So now we take 0.45 times the first number we got, which is 0.17241, and that's going to give us a 0.078. And that will give us our total driveline gear ratio. Next, we'll calculate the total RPM and torque, which is the motor speed, which is depending on what motor you have. Maybe you have a 5,000, or in our case, a 23,500. Doesn't really matter. We'll take the 5,000, for example. And that will give us our total RPM and torque. Great. So in this next section, we'll be checking our results in this last one. So in here, you'll validate the math that we just did in that last exercise by using the tachometer. And you can see you just simply put a piece of tape on here using the tachometer to measure the RPMs. And over here you use the torque meter to measure the torque of the robot. Lastly, we'll have the students install the motor gear reduction unit to reduce the speed but increase the torque. And also measure the torque on that and RPM to see how it changes. Alright, and then this is robot speed. Now we'll just cover inertia really briefly. Inertia is a property matter by which it remains at rest or in uniform motion unless acted upon by some external force. Measure by how much force and energy is required to accelerate an object to a speed, or irreversibly, how much force is required to decelerate objects. The mass of a body determines momentum. P equals mv. Momentum equals mass times velocity. In a perfect world, force, the marble speeds up. Going uphill, it slows down. But on the same force, it just keeps going forward. A good example of inertia would be traveling in a vehicle, let's say a train. As the train starts to accelerate, the person is pulled backwards because of inertia. See? As the train starts to decelerate, a person is pulled forwards because of inertia. Disconnect one of the wires from the motor. Here's an example of how to test a simple test on here, which I will just cover very briefly. But you're basically going to set up this little setup here with the multimeter, and then see how much voltage is on here. So you set up a group of people, you have the rover go down here, and you just read what it is, and it's going to go, the amps are going to go up, and they're going to level off like that. Alright, so that's pretty much all I have for today. If you have any additional questions, you can please contact me at this number, 509-252-5767, and you can also email me at tlines@mymindsi.com, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. There we go. I think that's all that we have for today, and I will see you on Saturday as we discuss some questions or comments that you might have on the video. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hello and welcome to Workshop 4 today. I am JD Crumney. I'll be running today's workshop for 3D printing. Alright, let's get started. So today we will discuss how to use more tools in Google SketchUp that will be helpful in completing your 3D models for CSTEM Challenge. So the first tool I want to talk about is a very important tool, and this is the Dimension tool, which will allow you to draw lines between any 2 points, and when you draw the lines, it tells you the dimension, the length of the line. So using this tool is critical for checking to make sure that your dimensions meet the dimensions of your model meet the dimension specifications for your CSTEM Challenge category. Because if you remember, the dimensions used in Google SketchUp are the real-world dimensions. So when it goes to 3D printer, that's the size the 3D printer is going to print. Now, after selecting the Dimension tool, you click on any 2 points to find the distance between them projected onto several orientations. So you can find the distance along the x-axis, the y-axis, or the z-axis between any 2 points. Or if you just want the actual distance between the points, then you can just do a straight line distance. You can also click on the perimeter of a circle, and once you do that, it'll give you the diameter. And so, or you can click on a line or an edge, and it'll automatically give you the length of that line. So you don't have to go between the endpoints. It'll just say if you click on the line, it'll tell you the length of the line. The dimensions will be given in whatever units that the SketchUp model is set to. So if you chose to use the feet and inches template when you open SketchUp Make and start building your model, then the dimension that it'll show you will be in feet and inches. Or if you use meters and millimeters, then the dimensions will be in meters and millimeters. Now here we're talking about the protractor tool, which measures angles and creates guides so that you can, if you want to design a certain curved side, you can use this to keep track of the angle of the curvature. So after you select the protractor tool, you must click on whatever point is the vertex of the angle that you want to measure, and next you choose the direction of the first ray that serves as the one of the 2 rays that form the angle at the vertex. So you click in any direction, and that'll be the direction of the first side. And then you create a guideline that is in the direction of the second ray of the angle by clicking somewhere in the direction of the second ray. And you'll notice that if you look down on your screen to where the measurements tool text box is, that as you're changing the size of the angle by changing the direction of the guideline that you create, it'll actually tell you what the angle size is. Or you could, the same way with making a line, if you are moving the line and then you click in the measurements box and actually type in an angle, it'll make your guideline that angle relative to the first ray. Alright, next we'll talk about the rotate tool, which works very similarly to the protractor tool, except this tool will actually rotate, stretch, or copy and array selected entities in the orientation that you choose. So instead of just measuring an angle, it'll actually turn something about whatever angle you choose. So to use the rotate tool, first you have to select the entity that you want to rotate, and then you select the rotate tool and select the point about which the entity to rotate. You select the point about which your entity will be rotated by clicking on any point. So if you want it to rotate about its central axis, you just click somewhere along the central axis, and that'll be the rotation point. Next, you create a guideline between the point that you've just created and the some arbitrary point by just clicking in the arbitrary direction, and then as you move your mouse after creating this guideline, you'll notice that the object is rotating along with the guideline. And then once you click again, you'll just place your object in the new orientation. Now, I realize that understanding the rotation tool is a lot easier to see than it is to explain, so I have a link here to a video that will give you a real good demonstration of how to use the rotate tool. So we're going to check that out now.
Let's explore the Rotate tool using some examples to illustrate how it works. Take a moment to understand the concepts and steps we'll take with this example. When you pick the Rotate tool, the icon orients itself to any surface you hover over, and you click your mouse button once to set the rotation center and orientation. Then you move your mouse away to establish a rotation arm or base. Click again to set this base. Now, as you move your mouse around, you are rotating the object based on the point and orientation you chose. The usefulness of the rotation arm you set is the ability to rotate precisely to other geometry. Click to finish, and that is how the rotate tool works. Now, let's show some real examples. What if you wanted to rotate the different hands of a clock? Select the hand you want to rotate first, then choose the rotate tool and move it to the center of the clock. Click here to set the rotation center. Move to the end of the hand and click to establish a meaningful rotation arm. And now you can rotate the hand to any position you need. Click to finish. Now, let's try a new example. We'd like to rotate this vault door into an open position. Select the door, then move the rotate tool to the door hinges. We may need to zoom in to properly place the rotation center. Simply roll your scroll wheel forward to zoom in and out as needed. Now, place your rotation arm. In this example, we don't need to move from anywhere specific on the door, but simply picking a direction parallel to the door will work fine. Now, rotate the door outward and click to finish. Now that you understand how to use the rotate tool, here are some additional tips. You can lock the rotate orientation in any direction by holding the Shift key. Hover over a surface or in a plane that you want to lock the rotation to. Hold the Shift key, and now as you move around, the rotate tool no longer orients to each surface, but remains locked in one orientation. In our clock example, if there was a center cone, it would be difficult to establish the correct orientation. But by locking the orientation, we can easily use the rotate tool as needed. You can also define the orientation by dragging your mouse button. Say we wanted to fold this surface up like a paper airplane. Click and drag the mouse from the center point, and you can see by dragging around, you can choose any orientation. Set the orientation you need, which for us is along this fold edge. Now proceed to rotate the surfaces up into the plane shape. Repeat this process to complete the paper airplane. Although you will usually want to pre-select the objects you need to rotate, you can in fact auto-select objects to rotate. Make sure nothing is selected, and as you hover around your screen, you can see entities are auto-selected, and you can use the rotate tool as needed. Finally, you can rotate copies and arrays using the rotate tool. This topic is covered in depth in another video, so for more information, view the video on copies and arrays.
Okay, the video is complete, so now we'll continue with the presentation. So the next tool I want to talk about is the 3D text tool. This tool allows you to draw 3D text, and the way it works is after you select the tool, you type the text and choose settings for the text, such as the font and the size in the text box in the box that appears. Then you click the place button inside that box, and the 3D text will appear. Now, I figured this would be very useful for the where you have to create the label for your solution for the C-STEM challenge. 3D text would be very helpful for creating that. The next one is the offset tool. This tool allows you to offset selected edges in a plane. So after you select the offset tool, you click on some face whose edges you want to offset, and then you move the mouse to select the offset distance for the offset edges, and click again to create the offset edges. So once you click the face, you'll click some certain distance either inside or outside of the face, and it'll offset the edges of the face whatever distance you click at. The next tool is the Scale tool. This tool allows you to scale and stretch selected entities. So after you select this tool, clicking on an object will allow you to edit the object size in various ways. So after you've created your entire object, the Scale tool will be very useful in changing its size without having to actually redraw edges over and over again. Next is the Arc tool. This tool allows you to draw arcs from point to point with a bulge. So after you select the tool, you draw a line from point to point the same way you do with the Line tool, but then you move the mouse to choose the radius of curvature of the arc, and you click again to finish the arc. Now I want to talk about something important also, and that was came to my mind when I was sending out the email. So 2 weeks ago, an email was sent out informing all the lead teachers for CSTEM Challenge competitions involving 3D printing that the deadline for submitting the 3D models for geoscience, sculpture, and robotics competitions has been changed from Tuesday, March 25th to Monday, March 10th of 2014. Now, as I said, I sent this email out a couple weeks ago, but there were issues when I was sending it, and the server kept saying that it was sending it back to me, and I wasn't able to confirm whether or not everyone had received the email. So now I'm trying to make sure that everyone gets the notice that the submissions will now be due no later than March 10th. Additionally, on that same day, I sent another email out that invited all the lead teachers for the CSTEM Challenge competitions involving 3D printing to a folder at www.dropbox.com entitled 2014 CSTEM Challenge 3D Printing Submissions. This folder is where all the 3D model designs will be submitted to CSTEM for printing. So this is where you'll submit your final model by March 10th. Now, if you do not receive this email, please send an email to my address at techadmin@cstem.org immediately so that I can send the invitation to you right away. That way you'll be able to submit your 3D models once you're ready. You'll also find a document containing an information sheet for 3D printing within the folder mentioned above. So once I send you the invite and you get access to the folder, you will see a document that is a 3D printing information sheet. And that gives a lot of details that will probably answer any questions you have about 3D printing that might not be clear just yet. Alright, well, that's all I have for today. Thank you for attending, and if you have any questions, you can chat me live on CSTEM Break right now at the end of the video. Otherwise, you can contact me via email at techadmin@cstem.org. So I will see you again for Workshop 5 on March 29th. Have a good day.